Hello, and welcome back to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are in Unity. I was just about to say Blender. We're in Unity 6, and the version is 6000.0.58F2. We are continuing where we left off. We've done quite a lot of work so far. We've got the NPCs in, we've got the skeletons in. I'll just do a very quick show of what's in Engine so far. So we've got the ability to swing our sword. Special attack is that one. Got all the NPCs in, apart from the bad guys at the end. I'm not doing those just yet. I'm focusing on getting the player characters functionality for the quest lines done, which is quite important. Everyone is where they need to be, and it's looking good. Where's the village drunk? There he is. So yeah, it's all looking really good. Tonight's work is gonna be, we're gonna spend some time sorting out the player character. There was an issue with the picking the pumpkins, and I believe I've sorted that. I've gone into Mixamo and I've just picked out, I've basically done the model. I'll explain that shortly. And I've also, at uni today, I've sorted out the skeletons being able to chase the player. So we're going to get that in there as well. So, with much ado, let's jump into it. So, I'll just quickly show you actually the pumpkin animation. So the problem with the pumpkin animation, I basically had three different models. I had one with the character with the axe, one unarmed, and one with the sword. And because it was essentially a completely different mesh minus the sword, it just didn't seem to like it. So when I press E, it does that. So what I need to do is, oh for God's sake, I need to basically fix it. So if I come on the player character and go on the script graph, we're going to go to the lifting animation. Why have I got two lifting animation? Lifting animation. Holds if attacking, holds if lifting. Okay, so I thought because originally I had a timer. So you press E on the pumpkin, we say that's on, so we set the scene variable for lifting, and then destroy it, we say we... if I just go on to lifting, right, let me just test this. So on the player character, we're saying while they're lifting, if they're lifting, so if the state is lifting, we're setting their speed to 0. Right. Let's... What do I need to do? Right, I need to bring in the right animation, because at the moment, that's the kind of outdated one. So it's lift pumpkin, so PC lift. So let's go on the characters. So what I need to do is delete that and bring in PC lift pumpkin. Let's just see if that works. Should work. Oh, it worked! It worked! You worked! That actually worked perfectly. I just need to see that happen again. 5.500. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Right, we're just play testing this at the moment to make sure it's working as it should. So what should happen is by the time the player's done their lifting animation, the pumpkin should disappear the moment his animation's done. Right, and he keeps doing it. Okay. I just need to check the movement speed after that, because obviously in there we're saying it's we're saying it's 0, 0. But then I don't change it back afterwards. I can see on the right hand side, third player controller. 0, 0. Okay. Right, so we can get rid of those then. So that should show the sword. So if the player is lifting, then they can't move. We hide the sword. If they're not lifting, we show the sword. But with the lifting, we only want to do it once. Is lifting true? We set the ball. If lifting is false, we say they're not lifting. So we only want that to happen once. So why does he do it they press E whilst in the trigger, we say they're lifting, we wait, we add to the pumpkins picked, and then we turn off the lift and destroy the pumpkin. Is lifting false? I guess what we could do, what we need to do, I need to bring that off and watch that. I need to watch the flow there. So the sword should show. It's hidden. I've done it. Let's just go full screen and watch that again. So it looks like I've done that. So if lifting is true, we say in the ball that the character's lifting. Is lifting. If they're not lifting, we say the ball is not lifting. Hold lifting position. Lifting animation. Hold position lifting. Try that again. It's all about play testing. You put in a feature and then you test it and make sure there's no bugs. Right, so sword's out. We press E, sword disappears, remove the pumpkin, and it keeps doing it. Interesting. Okay. So on the second try when I did that, it didn't do the lifting animation again. And that would basically be the state when the pumpkin's picked. So sword goes, picks up. Alright, so I think that will be to do with the code in the pumpkin. So, this is the section here that will stop him from lifting. When they press E, we say they're lifting. We wait for 5 seconds. So I think directly after this, what we need to do is directly after that is to destroy the collider. Because I think what's happening, if that wait in seconds finishes before the animation does, then it will trigger the animation again just as the pumpkin's getting destroyed. So that should theoretically fix that problem. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to have to get the sphere collider on the pumpkin and destroy it. So it's going to be destroy component. There we go. And it's going to be the sphere collider. I'm not sure if that's going to work, but we'll give it a go. So what I'm going to do is we've got it highlighted. So that little dome, if I bring out the game screen, and press play, what we're expecting to happen is after we've literally pressed E, that dome should disappear, preventing the animation from triggering twice. You see how it does it 2 times and then it doesn't repeat? That's because of that delay. So I'm going to stop. Just going to move that off screen for the second. I wonder if can we do... See if that works. Alright, same again. Here we go, guys, fingers crossed. It's gone. Oh, you cheeky bugger. So why are you doing that twice then, mate? Why are you doing that twice? That removes the collider. That removes the collider. We say it's lifting. Okay, so, alright, maybe we don't need to destroy the collider. The problem is this boolean. If he's not lifting, when he's lifting, we're telling the ball they're lifting. We're doing that. And there's the exit thing. So if I unplug that, just temporarily move that off, and then if we were to move this forward, so basically where this is going to happen, it's going to be like on off, but it should be enough time to trigger the animation, and then on the exit of the animation he should be back to normal. Should hopefully work. So we're expecting one animation, the sword disappears during the lifting. After the lifting, it returns back. Here we go. Okay, that didn't work too well. Let's check the animator. So to come out of there is idle true. Is idle true, is sprinting true. Let's think about this code. They press E, the player presses E, and in doing that he will do the lifting animation. This delay was for the length of the animation. After the animation, we say that he's not lifting. The pumpkin's lifted, added as picked, and then we destroy the pumpkin. Okay, I've got an idea. So this happens provided the player is in the trigger. If they're in a trigger and they press E, what should happen is directly after that we destroy the collider, which should then do this. But the exit condition of the lifting animation, it has exit time, which is the exit time of the animation. So theoretically, I might not need that delay. Let's see if it works without doing the delay, because on the player character graph, we're saying if the state is lifting, they can't move. And the whole point of that freezing animation was because of that. So I believe that code is going to work without having to use that delay. And if it is, we can turn off the code routine as well. So let's check this out. Let's give it a go. It should work. I say. You didn't want to do the animation, mate? Thank you. That's bloody annoying. But there is exit time on that. Alright, let's remove that then. We'll put that back in. We'll say a 3-second delay. So what I'm hoping for is that it's going to work. Oh, fuck yes! Yes! try that again. That's what I like to see, guys. Thank you for the spam view, Barefoot. Much appreciated. Get one of you every day. So see that again in action. So we go up, we press, move around. That's perfect. And just want to check the code. So after 3 seconds, so that's basically enough time. If we leave that duration, that timer too long, it will run into a second animation. Okay, so we could probably push it to maybe 4 seconds. I don't want to go any closer, or else we'll have 2 animations playing. Sorry, we'll have the same animation playing 2 times when we only want it playing once. Perfect, it works. That's amazing. Right, so what we can do is we can get rid of that. Get rid of that. And then these guys need to have... I don't think there was any... No, there isn't any variables. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to copy the script machine. And just paste that on there. So now what we can do is we can test that with all the pumpkins. One. Two. Yeah, baby! Amazing. I did it. I did it. I fixed this problem. We had it yesterday. The reason why we were having the problem was to do with the different model. I exported this character with the sword for pretty much most animations, but then for the unarmed lifting, I thought I'd export a separate model with the sword not in hand. So we were having a bit of a complication with the animation playing. So to overcome that problem, what we did is on the player character up here, we're basically saying, are they lifting? If they are, hold them on the spot by setting the move and sprint speed to 0. We hide the sword. Yeah? And then if they're not lifting, we're showing the sword. And that works absolutely flawlessly. So we've got player ability animation, player attacking animation, player movement, and the player lifting. So with the player lifting, I'm gonna fit this in here. That's a nice little spot for it. A nice little home. I like things being lined up to the grid. I've got a bit of OCD like that, guys. I do apologise. Okay. Right, so we're just going to label the code for pumpkin. So okay, fairly straightforward then for removing a pumpkin. We say they're lifting, we wait after the animation's played, the pumpkin, what +1 is added to pumpkins lifted, and then we destroy the game object. GG. Right, so PC picking. Check the player movement restriction code. Need to add an extra ball word from animation to be considered. Well, I don't need to do that because I believe that was to do with the picking the pumpkin. But I've just fixed that, so pose position if they're lifting. Holds position, animations. Okay, let's bring up my jobs list. So, tasks, picking pumpkins. Done. I would like to add the code for picking herbs. Now that we've got that sorted for picking the pumpkins, it's basically going to be the same as picking the herbs. We just need to gauge the time it takes the player to do the animation. So lifting. So PC lift is for the pumpkins. So PC picking. So you got lift for lifting the pumpkins, pick for picking the herbs. So we would basically just mirror these transitions, but the herb wouldn't go to lifting because they're completely different zones. So let's get the picking the herbs done. And give me 1 second. Gisela de Cron. Herbs collected. So we need a variable. We also need a QIP for quest in progress, which is gonna be, I believe, quest in progress. Oh, okay, the quest in progress was gonna be an integer. So it'd basically be 0 for no quest in progress and 1 for quest in progress. So 0 for false, 1 for true, essentially. So I'm going to move this one up here. So scene, name, quest in progress, name, task complete, pumpkins lifted. So now we're going to add a integer variable, and this is going to be herbs collected. Integer. Okay. So all those pumpkins have the code attached. Really happy with that. It was really bugging me about the animation, but when we've got quite a lot of animations for the player character, and when I say a lot, we've got a lot. Love these herbs. I'm super happy with how they look. So we've got a total of 5 herbs. So it's 5 herbs. So what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to bring in our picking. Oh my god. So we've got lift pumpkin, which is that one. And we're going to bring in PC picking, which is this one. Pretty nice and straightforward, guys. So we're going to call this, so we've got PC lift, so I'm just going to call this PC picked. Or PC pick, sorry. Because that one was PC lift, PC pick. So basically this is the animation for the player picking the 5 herbs in the graveyard. And the duration of this one is shorter. You notice the length at the top here? this lift one is 5.5, and I did the 4-second timer for the pumpkins. So with the lift, we'd probably do it maybe 2 seconds, depending. We'll see how the animation goes, and we'll play test it until it's refined. So what we're going to need to do is go on the animator. So first off, we're going to add in the picking, and then what we'll need to do is we'll need to repeat the process in the player script graph, script machine, and repeat the exact same code, but just alter it for this specific animation. So we're going to create a new state, and this is going to be called picking. And we're going to drag our PC picked. There is no loop time on it. It plays once. Bing, bang, bosh, Bob is your uncle. You see? No loop time, no loop time. So we put the pick on there. And then what we need to do is just make sure that it connects to all the other ones. So it's going to go to lift, it's going to go to idle, sprinting, walking, the ability, and the attack. So I'll start with idle first. So we're going to do a transition. Oh, hold on. We need to add a ball. So we're saying is picking ? That's the ball. Okay. So from picking to idle, there is exit time, and the condition is idle true. Perfect. And then from so idle, so we're going to go to sprinting now. So to sprinting is going to be so picking to sprinting is sprinting true, and we've got the exit time there. And then we're going to go to walking, and the condition is walking true. And now we'll go to the ability. Is ability active. And then is attacking true. Right, and now what we need to do is we just need to say no exit time is picking true. So idle to picking. Hold on, what the frick? So hold on. From idle to picking is picking true. And then so we've got idle to picking. Idle to picking has no exit time, but picking to idle does. Now we need to do sprint into picking. So sprinting to picking has no exit time, and the condition is picking true. Picking true. Picking to sprinting has exit time. Sprinting to picking doesn't. Okay, now we need to do walking. And then the ability. Oh, wait, that does have exit time. Picking to ability. Ability active. Ability to picking has exit time. Is picking true. And then from attack to picking, attack to picking, oh yes, obviously attack has the animation as well, okay. Okay, so these two, actually these ones here all have they all have exit time because I want the animation to play out. I don't want it to cut out halfway through. So we've got the two animations there. So coming out of lift into idle, exit time, idle true. Idle to lift in, no exit time, it's lift in true. Right, I believe that is the animation all done. I kind of want to move them just along because they are different. There's quite a lot going on there. Right, so we've got the is picking question mark boolean. I just want to go on that's the pumpkin, we want the player one. I just want to check my herbs collected, right, is lifting. So we need to add a boolean for is picking. Is picking. Is picking. Just check that matches that one. Is picking question mark. I like things to match up. Is picking question mark. That's a boolean. Okay, now what I should be able to do is copy this code here and this code here. So this is a custom event. So what we're going to do is copy that. And we're going to change that to say holds position if picking. And then we're going to change this custom event to hold position picking, and then we're going to go into the bool, and it's called, the state is called picking. So we're saying, are they picking? Hold position picking is the custom event. Check the state. Are they picking? If it's true, hold them on the spot, hide the sword. If they're not picking, we show the sword. That does that. Now what we need to do is, now that we've added that in there, we need to also add that to this section. So these are happening every frame, it's checking these. So this basically handles the animations and holding the player. Hold on a minute. Sorry. Hold position lifting is what I needed. So calculate speed, player attack, player ability, PC animation, PC and player movement animation. Maybe I could rename that to I might rename that to hold on. Player attack, player ability. I might call it player moving, you know. PC animation. Player movement. I just feel that's a bit keeping consistent with the naming. Calculate speed, player attack, player ability, player movement. Hold position for attack. Hold position attack, so attack and ability. Hold position if they're lifting. Now we've got the lifting animation. Hold. Dude. Sorry guys. Right. Hold position attack. Hold position lifting. Hold position attack. Hold position lifting. Hold position attack. Maybe what I should do is keep. Oh, what the bloody hell happened there? Jabbed out. Right, so speed, attack, ability, movement, hold position for attack, hold position for lifting, hold position for picking. Then we've got the lifting animation. So hold position attack, hold position lifting, hold position picking. So now what we need to do is create a custom event for picking animation. I'm going to copy that and paste that just there. Right, so this custom event is going to be called picking animation. And then we're going to not get the is lifting, we're going to get the is picking. If they are picking, we are setting the ball, and the ball, I'm just going to copy it there. That's the boolean within the animator. We're doing that is picking, okay? And then that's that done. And then if I come down here, we will copy that custom event. And we need to copy the name for that. We'll just quickly rename this as well. So picking. So we've got player lifting animation, player picking animation. We're going to copy the name of that custom event. Save the project, come down here and just put that in there, picking animation. So that handles holding them on spot, the state in which their animation will play. So now what we need to do is go on to the code for the pumpkin. We need to add a sphere collider to the herbs. And then we'd basically copy this but change it for the is picking. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to right mouse click, copy the component of the sphere collider, and then we're going to go to the scene, locate our beautiful herbs, and I'm hoping I should be able to paste as new. There we go. So providing the player is within that radius and interacts within the sphere, they should pick those herbs. And there's 5 of them to get. So what we're going to do now is we're going to, I'm just going to go on here. So there aren't any variables made for this chart, and the script itself is very simple. Asset scripts, so we've got pumpkin. Is that what I literally called the graph? Pumpkin. Pumpkin. Alright, we'll just make one called a herb, because the scene variable, so we've got pumpkins lifted and herbs collected, so I'll just call it herb, the script. So if we go on one of the herbs, we're going to add script machine, new, and we're going to call this herb. Save that. Scroll down. Go back up, and we're going to call that we'll just call that Moonlight Herb. Scroll back down. Go up there. Handles. Handles the Moonlight Herb collection. Nice and simple, guys. Like I say, there's no variables to be added. So what we're going to do, the code should function the exact same. Nothing should need to be changed. So we go up here and we're going to paste that just there, and then all we need to do, guys, is say if they're in the collider and they press E, we're going to set the scene variable is picking to true. We're not going to wait 4 seconds because we know the animation is shorter than the lifting the pumpkin. After 2 seconds, we're going to say is picking is false. The pumpkin's lifted, we're not adding to, we're adding to the herbs collected, which is the same variable here. That's an integer. And then we're adding to herbs collected. So we know the animation is just over 3 seconds in length. So when player stands on a herb, When player stands on herb, enable an animation. Delay allows animation to play out and switch state before animation plays a second time after herb has already been collected. So basically we will just test this and make sure that the herb does what the herb needs to do. And what I can do is I can copy that script machine, select the others and paste it on there. So now all of them have the Moonlight Herb script. So we can now test this and just make sure that if the animation is like, hold on, let's go full screen. We just want to make sure that the animation doesn't play twice. Nice. Oh, dude, the timing on that is perfect. That is perfect. I'm really happy with that. Worked first time, same code as the other one. The animation, even though the animation runs for 3.3 seconds, the picking animation, it looks perfect because the moment he touched it and then lifts his hand up, it disappears. It's just perfect timing. Let's just test that again. Oh, that is so good. And then if I was to... Yeah, no, I know that's working. Super happy with that. Picking the herbs. Picking herbs. Picking herbs. Done. Right. What other jobs have we got? Have we got chopping down the trees? We may as well get the chopping down the trees in here as well, guys. That's going to function the same. The player swings the axe. I don't know whether it should be 2 swings. I mean, so basically we have the picking the pumpkins done, we've got the picking the herbs done, and then the last one is chopping the trees, and then those are all the requirements needed for the main quest to be completed. Sorry, the mini quest objectives to be completed. Right, let's go to characters PC. So we have the ability, the attack, standing idle, lifting the pumpkin, picking the herbs, running, walking. So this is axe swing. So what have I called the other one? So that's called PC lift, PC pick. We may as well call this one PC chop. PC chop. PC plod. Okay, how long is that one? Oh wow, that's quite quick, 1.8 seconds. Okay, so what I think needs to happen here, let me just check. I hope I've got the stump. Oh, I don't think I put the So we're going to need a prompt to say, pick up the axe. The player picks up the axe, axe acquired. If axe acquired. So when they're in the collision box, if axe acquired is true. Okay. So we're going to need to get in the stump for the stump for when the axe is removed. And then I mean, technically, I could make it so the character could, you know, take the axe and then walk around with it, but use it as a weapon. But I'm not going to do that. So basically, where the pommel is, we would, I think, replace that with the axe. Oh, that's tricky, isn't it? Let me just double check. I'm pretty certain Bridge, chair, church, crate, dead trees, farmhouse, fence, flowers, grass, graveyard, hay bale, the shack, the house, the herbs, the mound, the pine tree, normal pine tree, rake, signpost, stones, stump with axe, tent, terrain, alright, let me make a note here, guys. Sort PC rig. Take main sword and oh, I've already done that. Alright, so I'm going to add a job here. So we've done the picking. Super happy with how that looks. Right. Okay, so what I need to do is import stump from axe, import stump from infected, import axe. Now, what I'm hoping, it's going to be tricky. Right, I'm going to have to open Blender. Let me just exit Discord, exit Teams, Blender. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to go into the lumberyard. We basically need to hide terrain and test dungeon, and then if we hide these, so if we bring out the axe, I'm just going to put it in there. I'm going to call it axe. Copy, do that. Visible objects. Apply transform. And it's on there, good. Armature, no. Export the FBX as axe. And then we get the pine. There we go. So this one is stump infected. And then normal stump. Okay. hide that, and then it was there we go. Save that, come out of there. World. So the world terrain has stuff in there, so assets, world. So what I'm gonna do is go into the project. No, hold on. So we're gonna bring in the axe. We're gonna bring in the stump infected, and then the normal stump. Now, I don't think I should need to. I should be able to leave that as default. I didn't have to do anything for the other ones. It's really cool that you can actually see the model. Okay, so this is going to act similar to I mean, it's quite a quick animation, so I feel like we could allow the player to chop 3 times and then the tree disappears. I feel that's enough time, because on the animation, chop, 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 and the tree's down. So that's almost 2 seconds. So 2 times 2, 6. Call it 5.5 seconds. That should be enough time for 3 chops. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop. So, what we're going to need to do is a couple of things, guys. So, we're doing quite good on our list here. We're getting through the jobs. All minimap, XP, HP, ability, HUD, that, stat log, that, all of that. I'm gonna give the label of that for UI. Okay, I'm really happy that the pumpkin picking and the herb picking is done though. Super happy about that. I feel like I want to, with the light, let's just see quickly how that looks. Oh, I much prefer that. You can actually... Much better. I mean, it might be a little bit too... If we went 2, let's see how 2 looks. The village drunk always makes me laugh. I feel that's better because I quite like the light being shone on the church windows, whereas before this darkness was on the front and I didn't like that. And Priest Athelstan's now in the light. I like that. Right, sorry. Getting a bit distracted there, guys. Okay, so what we need to do is we now need to code the axe. So the conditions for the axe. The conditions for the axe is TC is 0. So QIP needs to equal 1. So the task complete must equal 0. Or actually, okay, so we'll want to say if NPC B equals 1 and they interact with the axe, they pick up the axe. So they shouldn't just be able to go straight to the axe, pick it up. That has to be a condition. But for the time being, what we can do, because these different Boolean variables handle the branching of the narrative, so for the time being, we can just get it in functioning so that we can go over, we pick up the axe, we register the Boolean that we have the axe, we then change the object of the stump, so from the axe to, stump with the axe changes to the stump, so we can handle that side of it. And then when it comes to the other requirement, which is kind of like the safe hold, the barrier, the safe barrier, we can then we can add in the conditions. So if NPC B, this variable here, if this and if that equals 1 and TC equals 0, then you follow the code for picking up the axe. That's the condition. So what we're going to do is we're going to get this coded. I should have actually kept that up. Right, so we're going to go onto the player character. I haven't added in the chop animation yet. What we're going to do is we're first going to get the code done to remove the axe. So we're going to click on our player character, save the game, and go on the script graph. And we're going to add a variable for has axe ? And by default it's going to be no, they don't have the axe. And we're going to move this boolean just before there, because these are the orders of the subquests. First is chopping the trees, then it's picking the pumpkins, and then it's, well, lifting the pumpkins, then it's picking the herbs. These are the three orders. It makes sense to keep them in order. We're also going to add the variable now for trees felled. And this is going to be an integer, and it's going to be 0 by default. So has axe done that? Okay. Right. So has axe trees felled 0. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go over here. We're going to select actually, if I just go to the Moonlight Herb, we're going to copy the Sphere Collider component. We're going to go back over here, go on that, and we're going to paste the component. And what this will do, this little radius is basically going to be for picking up the axe. So the end of the dialogue with Eardrick, he will say, use my axe to chop the trees. Okay, so we're going to add a script machine, new, and we're going to call this I'm just going to call it axe. Handles the collection of the axe from the stump. Okay. So that's on there. So what I need to do now is if I go to the Moonlight Herb code, we're gonna copy this and then we're gonna go on here. So we're in the script graph for the axe and we're just gonna paste this. So we're gonna say if the player is in the trigger and they press E, we're going to say, what are you going to say, Mike? We're not going to destroy the game object. We're going to hide the game object. We're not going to do a wait. We're going to say if they press E, if they're in the collider and they press E, we're going to say has axe true. Now what we need to do now is to turn this stump, the axe with the axe and a stump to just the stump. So to do that, we're going to add a child. And we're going to go into our world asset folder. We're going to get the stump and we're just going to add it onto there as a child. So if I was to turn that off, it does that, which isn't good. Right, how are we going to do that? It's like you need to... Alright, let's just try something. If I bring that... I'll tell you what I can do. If I just delete that stump and then if I was to just put the stump there, well, actually, can we just put that in there? I mean, what happens if we just put... Ah! So I don't even need to put the stump in there, guys. What I can actually do is, instead of doing anything there, I can actually change the mesh on this and change it on the mesh collider So okay. Alright, so we're on the stump with the axe. So we're gonna say when they press E, we're gonna say they have the axe. Mesh filter. Mesh filter. Set mesh. So set the mesh of this. Oh, that is amazing. Stump. That's amazing. That's so good that I could do that without... Because how I was going to do that was just drop in a child to that object and... Oh yeah, I was just going to drop in a child to the object and toggle it inactive, but the fact we can actually just swap out that model with the model we need is perfect. So we're setting this mesh filter to the stump, which is basically that, just without the axe. Because if the player collects the axe, you don't want the axe to be there. It's got to look like they've taken it. So now we want to do mesh collider, and we're going to want to set mesh. The mesh object used. I'm assuming it's not going to be get or any of this. It is literally this bit. Refer reference to the mesh to use for collisions. So it is that. It's not going to be that. It's not going to be. Not going to be that. It should be that. And that should also say stump. So when the player is in that collision box, we say they have the axe. We change the mesh to be the stump. So we're changing it to be stump, and then in the same process, we're going to need to remove the collision, because we don't want them being able to interact with it again. Once they've got the axe, that should be it. So what we now need to do is say can I drag that in there? Oh, perfect. Oh, that was handy. So, destroy the object on this. I'm hoping that's going to work. So, we're saying when we're in there, we press E, we register we've got the axe. Change the model to be without the axe. Destroy the collider so that that can't be triggered again. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to play unfocused. And we will... That should work, by the way, guys. I'll drag that over here. And we're going to give it a go. And it should work. Welcome, Long Arm, to the stream, dude. Welcome. Making some really good progress tonight. How are you? Right, so as you can see, we're in the box. Now, if I press E, what we're expecting to happen is that model is going to change to just the stump. And we're expecting on the screen behind the game, you see where we've got that green sphere collider, we're hoping that when we press E, that's going to disappear. Oh. Oh. Okay, I believe. Do you believe? That is to do with this. Destroy. So, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add an object reference to sphere. I'm just going to call it collider actually. And I wouldn't say it's a game object, it's more a component. If I scroll down here, so click on that. And what I should be able to do is drag the sphere collider onto there. And we're going to pull up the destroy component destroy. Destroy component, and now we can drag in our reference we just made. And that should work nicely. Here we go, take 2. Let's go zoom, there we go. That should work now, guys. Tiny headache, take some paracetamol and lots of water. I'll show you the other progress I've made in just a second. I'm just coding the axe and chopping the tree. Right, so what we're hoping for, now that I've added in the game under the variables, I've actually added the reference to that sphere collider. It should work. So we're in the collider, as you can see up the top there. So when we press E, the axe should disappear, the sphere collider should disappear. Yes! Oh, hold on. This renderer has more materials than the mesh has sub-meshes. Multiple materials will be applied to the same sub-mesh, which costs performance. I mean, it works. Ah. Okay. So the mesh renderer. This renderer has more materials than the mesh has sub-meshes. So what we need to do then is basically remove the axe handle and the axe head. So what are these? Materials, elements. Okay. So we need to now remove these from the mesh renderer. So if we just change that to 3. Okay, perfect. Set that to 3. Oh yeah, look, can you see that? Look at the top of the stump. When I press 3, it changed. And the error's removed. So we need to set materials to 3. Okay, not a problem. I love this. It's problem solving. You know, you get something working, you get an error, you play around with things, try different options on the inspector, and boom, problem solved. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to look for mesh renderer, and then we need to set, it's going to be set materials, I think. Set materials returns all the instantiated. Okay. God. Oh, I see. I'm gonna have to 1, 2, 3. So I've got to set these 3. If I move that temporarily up here, I can drag that. So we're saying set these materials. It'll be interesting to see if it does that and if it will remove those ones. So maybe if we had something to say clear materials and then do that. But that should theoretically work. So let's look at the mesh renderer again, see what options we have. So it's going to be something like remove materials or reset bounds. Okay, well let's just plug this in. And it's not working. List of materials, literal. Whoa, where have you, what? Oh, there it is. We can't plug that in there. That's a pain in the ass. Right. Stump dark. Why do we have 2? We'll just go for that. And then stump light. And then stump rot. Okay. It's the first time I've actually used this command, node even. Right. So we're destroying the collider, we're setting the materials. I feel like maybe that should be shimmied along. Just keep everything, because we're setting everything here. I've got OCD and I like things, similar things being together. It makes sense to keep them close together, and it just makes the flow of the code look a bit more readable at first glance. So we pick up the axe, we register we've picked it up, we change the model to the stump, we set the materials, and that removes that error that we just saw. So now, if I was to try that again, you can see at the top here on the inspector, you can see we've got the 5 materials on that model because we've got the axe. So those bottom 2 materials are irrelevant. So now, where is where's the game gone? Where's the game gone? Where's the what? I've lost the screen for the game. Where is that gone? How annoying. Oh, there it is. I don't know why that disappeared. How annoying. Right. So let's try this again. So if I just move this down, you can see just here we've got those 5 materials. So what we're hoping to happen is, as we go over here, just gonna have a sip of my coffee, guys. We're in the box and we can see the sphere collider. So there's a few things we're hoping to happen here. We press E, the model will change to just the stump, the sphere collider is removed, and those materials on the mesh renderer basically remove the axe head and handle. And I've done it. And I've done it, guys. Actually, hold on. Dark, light, rot. 1 second. Right, it's... Right. Dark, rot, light. Dark, rot, light. Dark, rot, light. So, dark, rot, light. It needs to be in that order, because what happened, that top, you can see that top here, the top where the axe is in, it's light. And what happened was it went brown, dark brown. And I think that was because of the order of the materials. So let's try that again. Should work now. What are the chances of 3 NPCs all going to the same spot? Oh my god. RN Jesus is not with us, is he? Okay. So we're at the axe. So I press E. So dark rock light. So I'm going to press E. The sphere collider disappears. The axe disappears. Excellent. Oh my goddamn genius. I love game dev. Oh, I love it so much. On to the next music, guys. Bear with me. Right. So that's part 1. What is with the adverts, man? I need the music to fuel me. Okay, I'm going to move that on my second monitor. So we have the axe side being done. I'm really happy that works flawlessly. So I'm just gonna. What we're going to do is say when player interacts with stump, model changed to reflect axe is removed, and collider destroyed to prevent repeating Boolean status. Okay, that is the axe removal done. Now, when the player has the axe, what we now need to do. Let me just check. I just want to check you can actually run into the stump whilst it's just there. I mean, it's got the mesh collider. I guess I'm just. I always check things and make sure everything's working, and it's just a habit I've got into. Yeah, that works. Cool. Okay, so now that we've got that done, what we need to do is go onto the models of our trees. So you'll notice there are 3 trees. The lighting's not finalised yet, but basically there are 3 infected trees. You can see them a bit better from here. They're the darker coloured ones, and they've got the purple growths on them. So what I'm going to do is on the stump, let me just check the list, chopping down the trees, okay. We're going to copy we're going to copy the sphere copy component, and so that's the sphere collider, and we're looking for pine tree infected. It's quite a big boy, so we're going to paste component as new. Okay, so you can see there's quite a diddy collision box for the tree, but Jesus. No, actually, I think that'll be okay. Because you want the player to go up to it. You know what? That's the radius we've had for all the pumpkins, the herb, the stump. We'll keep the radius the same and we'll see how that works. And if we need to increase the size of it, we can do so. So we've got the sphere collider on there. So what we need to do is a similar thing to here actually. So with this model, I'm just wondering actually, if I go onto Stump Infected, that's the order. That is the order that they're in. Bark, Bark Infected, Stump Inner. So a similar thing, we'll change the mesh to that. What am I going to call this as? Think. I'll go into the scripts. So we have axe, herb, pumpkin. So axe for the tree. So we've got the trees, the pumpkins, the herbs. So if I just call this trees, I'll call it trees, keep it simple. So we're on this one. So we're going to add a script machine and we're going to call this trees. In the description, we're going to call it infected trees. And then say handles the chopping and handles the felling of the infected trees. Nice and simple. Now what we're going to need in here, we're going to need, similar to how we had this, we're going to have an object reference for the component collider. So I'm just going to copy that, go on that, and on the object we're going to do that. We're going to call it component, and then we're going to drag the sphere collider into there. Okay, so that's going to allow us to basically remove the sphere collider, so once the chopping's done, everything will be good. Actually, hold on a second. No, I don't even need to do that actually. What I can do... Oh, sorry guys, I just need to put my watch on charge. Give me 1 second. Right, what we're going to do is we can just have a condition to say can chop. So by default the condition will be yes, they can chop the tree, but it's going to be a two-state condition. Does the player have the axe? and can they chop the tree? And we're going to say yes. The can they chop the tree is going to be an object variable on this graph. So provided those two conditions are met, then we will allow the code for them to chop. The animation will play out, then we will change the mesh, and in that same end of the code we will then change the variable of can chop to no. So fairly straightforward. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to I'm not going to destroy the collider. What I'm going to do is there's nothing in there at the moment, so we're just going to copy that code, click on our tree. So we're going to say this is going to be can chop boolean. By default it's going to be yes, because the tree is tall and it's ready to be chopped provided the player has the axe. So if I just make that a bit bigger. So we're not going to be destroying the collider. We're going to move this along, and we're going to set the scene has axe. Right, so provided they press E and they're in the collider, and that's true, we're then going to do another branch. And we're going to say, okay, if that's true, we're going to do an AND, which is going to have two conditions to be met. The first condition is, we'll say can chop. Can the player chop? So can this tree be chopped? And then we're going to say, okay, does the player have the axe? So we're saying if we're in the collision box and that's true, go to the next gateway. Does the player have the axe, and can this tree be chopped? Provided they are both true, then we will do this. But before we do this, that's the end state for this model, the tree. What we need to do in here is we need to copy the code for the animation of the player chopping the tree. And I can't remember if I brought in the axe or not. Axe. Axe. Okay. So you can see the animation there for the character chopping at the bottom right. So what I need to do now is attach the axe model to our player character. Give me 1 second. Hide the sword. Show the axe. Okay. So we need to open up the geometry for PC running, and we can see the pommel there. So the pommel is at the moment literally, yeah. So what we need to do is we need to put the axe in his hand. So that's the model of the character. So we just need to basically drag the axe onto there. So if we go onto the world assets, I should be able to just drop that onto that. Okay, so now if I was to just quickly play that. Right, stop playing. Okay. Pommel. Alright, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to move the axe onto the right hand as a child. So now what I need to do is I need to basically put it in his arm, his hand. I'm nowhere near him. Basically, we should try and get it to align with that sword. I know this is going to be a bit of an arse ache, but it will be worth the time. What's the button to change? Oh, okay, that's good. So W and E. And then that actually looks pretty spot on, I would say. Let's see how that looks. So if I now just test that, oh, I should be able to run around and have the axe and the sword. Oh no! Oh my gosh. Look at that. I've lined that up. That looks pretty goddamn perfect. And it's about the right position for a two-handed thing. With his other hand, I think that's going to look a pretty good spot. Like if the handle was any higher up, that's not how you wouldn't hold the axe like that, because the weight would be too heavy close to the base. If you have your hands in the middle, there's more balance. So right, that looks really, really good there. Oh, it's a big old axe, isn't it? Excellent. I've got your axe, mate. I'm taking your axe. Okay, so what we're going to say is on the player character, we're going to have that axe off hidden or inactive. Alright, so it's always there and we basically toggle it when we need it. So sorry, let me just think. So we've got the axe. We've got the axe being removed from the stump. Okay. Let's look at the code. So if they can chop and they've got the axe, then we follow through with the code. I have the animation here, chop, which is that. Okay, so what I need to do is go on to the animator and we need to add a state called chopping. And the animation is going to be chop. And similar to these, we just need to connect it all together. So we're not having it looping. So if I do all of the animations from these to that, and then, because going from chopping to that, there is an exit time. So let's go to idle first, and we're going to say has exit time, the condition is idle true. Done. And then, is chopping. Is chopping. Perfect. Right, so from chopping to idle, we have exit time. And to go back from chopping to idle is idle true. From idle to chopping, there is no exit time, and the condition is chopping true. Now we're going to go to the sprinting, so make transition, go to the sprinting. So chopping to sprinting there is an exit time, and the condition is sprinting true. From sprinting, to chopping. So sprinting to chopping, no exit time, and the condition is chopping true. Okay. So then we need from that one to ability, and we're going to say there is an exit time, and the condition is ability active true. And then from ability to chopping, there is an exit time as well, and the condition is chopping true. And then we need one from that to walking. So from chopping to walking, there is an exit time, and that one is walking true. From walking to chopping, there is no exit time, and the condition is chopping true. Is chopping true. And then from chopping to attack, there is an exit time, and the condition to go from chopping to attack is attacking true. And then from attacking to chopping, the condition is chopping true. So these two both have exit time. This one, both have exit time, is active yep. And that one, so chopping to walking, has exit time, is walking true. Is chopping true, walking to chopping. And then we've got chopping to idle, it has exit time, is idle true. And then chopping, hold on. Oh my god, dude. Idle to chopping. Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. So chopping to idle, chopping to sprinting, chopping to ability, walking, attack. Right. That is the animations linked up for chopping. Now that we've got that done and we've got the ball in there, I'm just going to check under the player character that we haven't got the ball. So we need to add a is chopping variable, boolean in there. And we'll just put it after the X. Okay. Right. What do we need to do here? So if I go X, right, give me a minute, guys, because this is where it gets a bit. That was the tree with the collision box, wasn't it? Okay, let's look at the code, and then we're going to go on the herb. And Okay, so if they're in the collision box, can they chop? What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this bit, because that code was identical to the pumpkin and how that handles. So what we're doing is we're going to get the scene, we're setting the scene variable is chopping true, and we're going to do, oh my god, what was it? It was close. I think we said about 6 seconds. I think 6 seconds allows us to chop 3 times, I think. Roughly. So we're saying is chopping true, 6 seconds. After that, we say is chopping off, and then we set the scene variable of trees felled to that. So we say is chopping, wait 6 seconds, say they're not chopping. The trees felled becomes, get 1 added to it. And then we change the model. And we say can chop no. So we say dum dum dum. Why am I... I'll tell you what we'll do. I'm just conscious that they might be able to spam... They might be able to spam the... So we're saying if they're in the collision box, we go to the next gate. Can they chop the tree? And they have the axe. Yes, they can. We say they're chopping, we wait 6 seconds. And then we say they're not chopping. We add 1 tree chopped to the log. We don't allow them to chop the tree. And then trees felled, 1. They can chop the tree. Wait, they're not chopping. Add that, turn that off, change the mesh. Right, so I feel that code will work, and then we just need to go into the character script, player character script, and add in the animation state and freeze them whilst they're chopping. And ideally we want to lock the rotation as well, so they kind of face the tree. So okay, hold on. Perfect. So subtract the tree position minus the player position. So we're creating a look rotation. So setting the rotation of player character. Oh my god. So create the rotation. Look rotation from get the Y. Oh. Create rotation, look rotation from the direction. Set the player rotation. What is the To prevent the player from turning manually, ensure your character's control script disables. I guess give that a go and see if it works. So whilst they're chopping, we're saying you look at that tree. That's what we're hoping that will do. Because if the player is swinging his axe and if the character's swinging the axe and the player can rotate on the spot, it's going to look stupid. So we want them to be facing the tree whilst they're chopping. We don't want them to be able to rotate. It'll just look silly. That's hopefully what that's going to do. And then in the next bit here, we're going to be making sure the mesh, the model reflects the tree being chopped afterwards. So we're going to do that, and then we'll go into the player character and add in the animation and stopping the movement. And then it should hopefully work. I'm not too sure about this bit. Okay, so what we need to do is we just need to bring that up. We need to go onto our world asset and just look at this. Check the order. So we have bark, bark infected, stump inner. So bark, bark infected, stump inner. Infected, infected, and then Whew, it's a big bit of code. That should work though. Now what we're going to do is go on to our player character and we need to basically copy this, and this is going to be holds position if chopping. Holds position, chopping. And I'm just gonna go over here, move that along there, disconnect that, copy that, paste that, put that in there, holds position, chopping. Attacking, lifting, picking, chopping. Chopping. Right, so so if the player is chopping, we're locking their movement speed so they can't move. We're hiding the sword. I need to add a game object reference for player axe. And I'm just going to move that up here. And we just get the axe, put that in there. Okay. So holds position while they're chopping. If they're in the chopping state, lock their movement, hide the sword, but you want to show the player axe. And then when they're not chopping, you show the sword, you hide the axe. That should be, so hide the sword, show the axe, show the sword, hide the axe. So hold position chopping, hold position chopping. So now we need to do the chopping animation, which will be here. Is chopping. Set the ball. Okay. Right, I believe I have faith. Hold position, chopping animation. I have faith in this. I believe that's going to work. I guess we give it a go. What I might do actually is I'm gonna copy that component. I guess we give it a go and hope for the best, guys. Oh my god. It's always the anxious bit. Like, I don't know how long it's taken me to code that. That's probably the most complex of the three tasks. Get the axe. That works really fucking well. Okay. That was freaking awesome. That was so fucking cool. Dude. That was really, really cool. That was so, so cool. Okay. Right, let's think about this. What happened whilst we were doing that? The player could move. Wait, I need to just do that again. I'm wondering if we... Because whilst the player was doing that, I'm gonna... They shouldn't have been able to move. I'm wondering if it's because of this code here. So I'm gonna unplug that. And we're just gonna see if that keeps the player on the spot. Because they shouldn't be able to move. This code is the same from the other things. So let's just test that now. So we can't chop it, we haven't got the axe. We get the axe. There we go. Oh! The question is... Ah! I know what it is. It's because the animation is playing. It's not on a loop. If we were to loop it... Let's just do that one more time before I change that. I'm pretty sure that will be the fix. Because if I just quickly show you picking the flowers, the herbs, sorry. Where are you lot going? Are they all going to the same spot? They're a cheeky bunch, they are. Right. So whilst I'm picking that, I can't move. Oh, that's interesting. You're meant to hide the sword when you're doing that, mate. Okay. Right, first off, sorry, I just need to test this a couple of times. I know the fix in my head, I'm just familiarising myself with the issues we need to fix. There's nothing major. Basically, the code for the axe chopping is overriding the sword being hidden for the other two things. So we need to fix this, because after that he can move. So what we need to do there is loop the animation. That should fix that slight movement problem. So let's try that first. So we go on to characters, axe, and then we're gonna basically loop it. So let's try that now. So that should stop the player from moving like he just did. Because what was happening was he'd do the animation and then it would stop and then it would repeat. But having it on loop, he shouldn't be moving. Oh, you bastard. Right, so I'm holding my button. I can basically move away from the tree. Okay. So the looping didn't Okay, so we need to sort the movement. He's able to move after he swung the axe. Let's first just check here. Okay. So basically, on the reason why this is getting overridden so at all times this is getting checked. If we're not in lifting, we show the sword. If we're not picking, we show the sword. So basically the sword is hidden during picking. The sword is hidden during picking and lifting, but over here, if chopping is false, we're always showing the sword. That's why it's overriding that's why it's overriding the other one. So I guess if they're not chopping, I guess maybe, let me just show you this, guys. I'm going to test this. So if we go to the pumpkin, pick a pumpkin, the sword's going to be visible. You see that path? It's just gone down there. right? Just to test, if I just unplug that and just go straight to the axe instead, that should fix it. Um, hmm. So we're trying to fix the problem now where the sword is visible during picking and lifting. Right, so we're saying if they're not chopping, are they picking or lifting? If they are doing that, if they are doing that, then we shouldn't do anything. But if either of those is not the current state, it should do that, I believe. So if they're chopping, we hide the sword, we show the axe. If that's not, if the player's not chopping, and if they are doing that, we hide the axe. If they're... Right, I think that might hopefully resolve, because this was working fine before we put in the axe. So hopefully the sword should now be hidden if we go pick a pumpkin. Oh, you bastard. I don't understand where this has gone wrong. If the player is lifting, we hide the sword. If the player isn't lifting, we show the sword. If the player isn't lifting, we show the sword. If the player is picking, we hide the sword. If they're not, we show the sword. If the player is chopping, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna unplug. I'm going to unplug that and see if that resolves the issue. Then we know that it's that line of code, which I think, welcome to the stream, guys. I feel that line of code is the one. This should now work. The sword should be hidden whilst we pick a pumpkin. Are you joking? Why are you doing this to me? Are you taking the mick? Oh, man. I just need to make another coffee, guys. Give me 1 second. Nothing in here. Nothing in here is toggling the sword. Oh, this is a pain in the ass. Right, let me just make my coffee. Give me like 20 seconds. Okay. We have coffee. Let's find this bug. Let's find this bug, shall we? We know that all of this other stuff was working fine. If I disconnect that and just see if that's the problem. It shouldn't be. Dude, why are you not hiding your sword? Why are you being an arse? This is really annoying because I had that working perfectly fine. Oh, it's been an arse. Right. Let's just check that works. That should do the job. Holds position if chopping. Let's just check that one works. That should work perfectly fine. It's just... Can't chop the tree until we've got the axe. We get the axe. The sword is hidden. Okay, so that sword is showing... That sword is now showing in between the chopping. Why is it showing in between the chopping? Because it wasn't doing that before. If the player isn't chopping, they do that. If the player I see where the problem is. So basically I know what the problem is. The problem lies within these three charts: the lifting, the picking and the chopping. What all three of these do is, provided if they're in that state, the sword's hidden. If they're not, the sword is shown. And these are on call at all times. Every frame it's checking this. So even if we're in the picking stage and we're telling the sword's hidden, the false branch of the lifting is going to show it. So it's constantly fighting. Like it's almost going on and off all the time. So bloody hell. The way to do this is for the lifting, picking, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Right, so we need to have something to say. If the player is in any of those states, it hides the sword. So, and it's only for those three. So, is there any way that we can do a list? Like a list of... Create a list. Can we like... Object 1, Object 2. I can't plug into anything. So if that list contains anything that's animator, state. It's like state info. Get current animator state info. I know what the problem is. It's just trying to figure out how to tackle this. I know what the problem is. So let me just jot down. Right, so what do we need to do? Make player face rotate face tree during chop. Fix sword override bug. And then stop player moving when chopping. So we've got 3 things to sort here. Make the player rotate face tree during chop. Fix this sword bug override and then stop the player moving. That code that I had earlier over here is the player picking. Right, we need to have something. I don't know if you can have. Can you add another condition? I know what I need to do. I need to have something to say if state is lifting, picking, or chopping, the sword is hidden. That's what I need to do. And then if none of those states are true, the sword is visible. That's what I need to do. So if it's in any of those 3 states, the sword is hidden. If it's not in any of those states, the sword is visible. That's what I need to do. But with the if branch, there's only like... God. Where was the thing where I had... It was on the materials. List of material. List of string. Maybe a list of string literal. Okay, right, think about this. List of string literal. List of string literal. One, two, three. So we have lifting, picking, chopping. List item, right, if the list on there contains these are the lists, that would need to plug into that somehow. So essentially the tail end of this code where we're doing this holds position if lifting. So we need to somehow say right, we don't want to do index 0 because that would just go for the first one. What was that? So under collection, list, get list item. So that would get list item. Yeah, okay. So get list item from there, and then you want it to be like range. No, you don't want random. index. Don't know if that's the right one. We don't want to be index 0. It wants to be it needs to be like a range. If anyone is watching and they can see the solution, feel free to drop a comment. So I know what I need to do, it's just finding the right node. Turns a random int. Oh, this is so annoying. List of string. So what, let's just put this down here. Copy that and that. If we do that, so we're basically saying get the current animator state. Is the name something from that list? Get list. I'm going to do something like list contains item. But you can't plug that in there. So that looks like it's getting the first one. Okay, I've got an idea. I mean, what we could do... I mean, if we got rid of that and just put in lifting... No, it's going to be the same problem because we can only have, like, I think two things going into there. So if the animator state name is anything in here, list contains lists. Get item. There needs to be any. Get item from the list. I'm going to ask AI on this one because this is I'm a little bit stumped on this one, guys. I'm a little bit stumped. Let's see what AI says. Create. Here's how to do it with 3 string checks. You can use nested branches or combine conditions with custom logic. Let's see if AI can help. Right, goal, hide the sword if the animator state is in those 3 things. Show the sword. Right, get the current animator state, got that. Connect the animator component. Well, that's there. Create 3 string equals. String equal nodes for each. Create 3 string equal nodes. Lifting. Oh, hold on. What's that value? What? Okay. Create 3 string equal nodes. I'm not sure. Like, we've got a value box. String equals object. If I do string literal equals oh, this is annoying. I mean, surely we can just do it with what I was doing here. If I just dupe that. And do lifting, picking, chopping. We can get the booleans on there. Is the name one of those? Why is that coming up? Target is missing. Oh. Right. So we've got the booleans there. Connect the state name output to each string node. Set each string node. Yeah, done that. Combine the three. Use two AND nodes. That doesn't seem right. Combine the three checks. First AND node, connect the outputs of the first two. Can we not just have like OR? Can we not just have like Can we not just do that and say if chopping, hold on, why is that going into that one? No, that needs, sorry, that needs to, there we go. So we're saying if it's chopping or any of those, do that. Right, so if I was to, oh my god, custom event, sword visibility. Not sure if this is going to work. I hope it will. So if it's lifting, picking or chopping, it's true, we hide the sword. If it's false, we show the sword. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bypass the bit with the sword. False, like the axe. And then we'll go to the other two and just where we've got the sword bit, we'll unplug that. Now, I wonder if that's going to do it. I mean, I've not really done two ORs before. I really don't know if that's going to work. Looking at it, it looks like it should. So what we're testing here is that when we're in either chopping, picking or lifting, the sword is going to be hidden. So let's go to the first one. Oh my god. Please work. Oh, it's gone. The sword's gone. And it's back. It's gone. Okay, this bodes well. Sword's gone. Sword's back. Sword's gone. Sword's back. Right, let's test it in the graveyard now. I think I've done it, guys. Right, sword should disappear. Sword's gone. Alright, the final test is the trees. Here we go. Moment of truth, guys. The sword should disappear, the axe should show. Okay, so it showed in between each swing. No sword, sword, no sword, sword. Why is the sword showing briefly in between the axe swing? Why is that? So this logic here, hold position if chopping. So I believe I can now move these back here. So that handles the sword. Oh, whoops. Right. If we're lifting, picking or chopping, the sword is not visible. If we're lifting, picking or chopping. Just trying to think here, guys. Right, so let's just put this in a little bracket here and say handles sword visibility for quest objectives, and I'm going to give that a purple. Actually, I'll change it to yellow. And you can go just in there. Okay. So the question is, what? Hey Turmo, welcome to the stream, bro. Thanks for tuning in. Are you using visual programming? Yes, I am. I'm in Unity and I'm using visual scripting. So I'm just going to test that again. So the sword disappears when we pick the pumpkins. It disappears. That works as intended. We go to the herbs, test the herbs. I made everything in the game that you can see. Every asset I modelled myself. Player characters, all the NPCs, literally everything it's all my work. Right, we pick this. Sword disappears. Perfect. Thank you, dude. The deadline I have to finish this game is 16th of December. The animations I used Mixamo for, so I imported my models into Mixamo. Only because I did not have the time to manually animate them myself. I do know how to animate. I've done a few learning modules on it, but honestly, the scope I've gone for with this project, I didn't have the time to do the animations as well, so I used Mixamo to cut my development time down. Right, so we go over to the tree. We can't use it until we've picked up the axe. We pick up the axe, we come over, we chop the tree, sword's gone, but in between, can you see that? The sword is, it's visible just in between the swings, and I don't know why, because it's really annoying. That's really annoying. Why is the sword showing? Because I'm in that state. I'm in the... If I'm in that state... if I'm in that state... Get the animated state. If we're chopping, picking or lifting, the sword is hidden. So is there a brief moment where it's hopping out of the chopping? I think that's it. What we need to do, I know how to test this. If I bring this window out, right, and if we click on our player character, right, we've got that selected. You can see the flow, right? If I just bring that over here. Now, I'm gonna, where did I learn it from? What, the modeling or the visual scripting? Right, you guys can see my character there, right? We're just gonna shrink this down, just so we can see the flow. Now, I think I know where the bug is going to be. I think it's going to be when we're in the chopping state. I'm pretty certain that something is happening at the end of the animation which comes out of the chopping and maybe goes to something else in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to play and we should see that flow. There we go. Right, so can you see the animation? Yeah? It's it's doing that. Now what we're checking is, whilst we're chopping, does the animation go to anything else? Because if it does, that's why that's happening. So we're going to pick up the axe. Right, I'll need you all to watch that tree. Visual scripting, we got shown, well, we got taught it at university, but there's a lot, like with Unity, the visual scripting, there is almost next to no tutorials online. It's all C# and nonsense. There's rarely anything helpful for visual script, so a lot of it is kind of self-taught. AI's helped out massively at times with trying to locate nodes and things, but yeah, it's I prefer the Unreal Engine, but I'm really enjoying making this game in Unity. Right, so watch the graph, guys, in the background. We need to see what's happening when we do the chopping and if it changes to anything else. There we go. You see that? It's going to idle. Did you see that? Watch again. So at the end of the animation, it goes to idle. That is where the bug is. They call me the bug hunter. Oh, I know what to do. I know how to stop that. Because I'm a genius. The condition, we can fix this. So basically, oh, hold on. Fix the sword override bug. We've done that one. Right, so what we need to do, on the condition for chopping to go to idle, hold on. Oh my god. Right, so from chopping to idle, if that's what's happening after the animation, if idle is true, it goes to that. But we don't want it going like that because we're still chopping. So what we want to say is, for it to come out of chopping to idle, is idle true? Yes. But if I give a second condition of chopping false, that should fix it. I should not have had that tuna salad. Oh my god, my acid. Repeat? What? Repeat what, dude? Okay. I believe this is going to fix it. Here we go. The moment of truth, guys. Pray for me. We're going to watch that graph. Oh, shit. Oh, no. He just froze. He froze. Oh, I know what to do. Let's just make the animation loop. 1 second. Chop. Chop, chop. Let's have it on a loop. That should fix the problem. I believe that will fix it. Yes, save that. I believe that will fix it, my pedigree chums. I've done it. I've done it, guys. I fixed the bug. One, no sword. Excellent. I fixed it. Yes! Bug fixing is like one of the best feelings, dude. It really, really is. When you have something that's not meant to be doing what it's doing, and then you just quash the bug. So we fixed the problem with the sword. So just one more. We'll just do one more little test. It's always nice just to do it again. This game will be available on itch, by the way. I've got 2 weeks to get this done, and I've already got all the quest objectives in. I just need to add in the HUD, all the UI elements, and the narrative, and then it's basically done. So when it's complete, I will be putting the game on itch, so you guys can have a go. Right, chop, 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 chop. It looks really good, doesn't it? No, it's a university project. It's my narrative project. So the game, it's a narrative game. So there's 6 different NPCs. You've got Eardrick the Woodsman. You have Mayor Beornwolf. You have Dumrick. This dude. Farmer Giles. Over here. And then 2 more NPCs. Oh, and this is the village drunk. This guy. He drinks too much. You got Priest Athelstan up here. And then Gisela the Crone. She's like the herbalist. So yeah, it's a narrative game. It's meant to be a vertical slice, so it's kind of like there is story behind it, and I'm really happy with what I've written. There's going to be like animations during dialogue. I've got to implement Ink, which is like a separate program used to handle the writing. That thing might take me a few days just to get my head around, because it's quite full on. There's quite a lot in there. But yeah, I'm super happy with what I've done. Like it's a big world. It's not a big world. It's just there's. Whoa, yeah, I'm happy with it. Okay, so did I chop those trees? Right, what we need to fix, there's 2 things. We want to face the tree while we're chopping it. And also, if I just play that again, I can't remember. Oh, actually, no. I think I'm in the process of putting that on loop and making the condition to change from chopping to idle. It's that chopping is false. So if I click that, Like, I'm holding shift, I'm pushing in a different direction, and I can't move. So, look, I'm pressing sprint. No, I'm not able to move from the spot, which is perfect. I've actually fixed another bug in the process of sorting that. That's 2 bugs in one. I've not done that before. Okay, so we stay on the spot whilst we're chopping. Stop player moving while chopping. Fixed. Make the player rotate to face the tree during chop. Okay. So the code looks nice and neat. I'm really happy with that. Let's go into the code for the tree. It's in here. So I had this. Basically, this should hopefully get the player to face the tree when they're chopping. So I'm going to plug that in. I unplugged it because we had this problem. Could I play this on a Steam Deck? I have no idea. I'm not putting this game on Steam. It's going to be going on itch. It'll be playable on Windows, so if you've got a laptop or desktop PC, you'd be able to download the game and play it. And it's very low poly, so it should run perfectly fine. Hopefully. Right, let's plug this in up here after chopping is true. And see if this works. So I'm hoping this will, whilst we're in the collision box, I'm hoping that will get us to stay facing the tree whilst we're chopping. That's the aim here. So let's keep our fingers crossed, guys. Okay, I'm still able to... Okay, so... it's a tricky one, isn't it? I have an idea. If I delete that out, just check one more time, that should work perfectly fine. What we're just needing to do is get the player to face and rotate the tree. So basically, we're locked in position, we can't move. Right. I did not intend to go up to 4.5 hours streaming tonight. I was shattered when I started streaming. I just have so much fun while I'm deving. I get so lost in the world Right, what we need to look at is the rotation. Cursor input for look. If I turn that off, what does that do? Cursor input for look. Oh, I can't move. I can't move the cursor. Oh. But it will probably allow me to move the character whilst we're on the tree. Yeah, that's still the problem, not so much the look. Okay. Alright. So, player inputs. Let's have a look at those scripts. I'm not a coder in the terms of hard coding, but we need to have a look at the scripts. And it will be something like how fast the character turns to face movement directions. There we go, look at that. Player, private float, rotation, velocity. So I believe that private float, rotation, velocity is the one that's kind of enable input system. Okay, so input system. Is there a way that I can, during chopping, we're doing that. Is there a way that input system, player input, deactivate input? Let's see if that works. Let's see if that will do it, because I'm hoping it will. So we can do our attacks. Oh, I can't move. Hey, I've done it! Look, I'm pushing my buttons, I'm moving my mouse. I can't do anything. And I'm still holding the buttons now, and after that, it's nice to know that after we've engaged in that activity, I can resume control even whilst I'm holding it. I just need to test that again. That's very satisfying. That was an easy fix to a solution. Easy fix to a solution. Easy fix to a problem. Oh my god. Oh, this tuna salad's repeating on me. For some reason, tuna upsets my acid. Right, so we can't move on the spot. We can't move the mouse. That is exactly what I wanted. I wanted the character locked in position just while we're doing that. It's perfect. Okay, I'm really happy with that. I mean, technically, we could do that same thing whilst they're picking the pumpkins. That simple bit of code. Oh. But I'm not going to do that because it's already working. Well, to be fair, I could. Because at the moment, if you go over to the pumpkins, and pick them, you just saw what happened when we chopped the wood. If you go over here, like, you can turn around while you're picking the pumpkins, right? If we copied that very, very simple thing here, hold position if picking. Because for the pumpkins, the code here we may as well do that for the others. It makes sense to. I mean, that worked perfectly. We don't even need to. Technically, we don't even need this. If we're disabling the input, so the whole reason I put that in there was to stop the player from being able to run and stuff. But if they're engaged in the activity and deactivating the input keeps them stuck on the spot, yes, I do. Yeah, I'll call it the Behemoth. My rig. So player character there, get that. So if I delete that and plug that into there, oh god, 128 gig RAM. I've got the top of the range i9, 4070 Ti Super, two terabyte NVMe's, Cooler Master half 700 Evo case. I've got 3 monitors, MSI things. What else? I think that's the most important stuff. I think that's the key stuff. Oh. Yeah, just make sure, my advice is if you're going to build your own, just make sure that all the components are compatible with the motherboard. Everything's you know, like just what works. And when you buy motherboards, they have like a spec sheet. I can't remember the name for it. It's got a weird name, but it's basically a manufacturer's list of all the components that have been tested and known to kind of work with the motherboard without faults. My playlist. Oh, what, the music? Thank you, dude. It's synthwave. It's by White Bat Audio. It's stream safe, and that's why I stream that one, because it's just, and it's nice music. It's relaxing, especially when you're working, you know. Right. So with the attacking. With the attacking, we'll leave that like that. We'll hold the player on the spot. I'll let them rotate. If we're lifting, we're disabling the input, enabling it if we're not lifting. If we're picking, disabled. If we're not picking, enabled. Chopping, disabled. Not chopping, enabled. Let's just test this across all the things. I can now delete off make player rotate to face the tree while chopping, because that's been done. Here we go. So what we're expecting, like if I did the attack, you see I can just kind of twist on the spot. I don't mind leaving it like that. I think that's fun. Right. Whoa. You're not meant to be moving, mate. Oh dear. Okay, let's try that again. I'll put that back. So if we're attacking, we freeze them on the spot. If they're not attacking, we do that. If they're lifting, we hold. If they're picking, we hold. if we're chopping, we deactivate the input. Right, let's just test that. I know, dude. It's like Bambi on ice. Okay. Right, so I can't move. I'll just leave the rotation in there. It doesn't bother me too much. Let's just go check the. What are you two doing? I can't move. And we'll just check the trees. So the character shouldn't be able to rotate. We know that works. Yeah, I'm locked in there. Interesting how it locks there, but the other two. Yeah, that's good. Okay, perfect. Right, I'm happy with that. Let's bring up the job list. So chop down the trees is done. Okay. Add remaining NPCs. Yeah, that was Athelstan and the cultists. Add remaining NPCs. Add remaining NPCs. Delete that. Because those two at the bottom there. So basically, non-UI stuff is here. The blocking volumes are basically going to be barriers where the player won't be able to. It will basically be an invisible wall that stops the player going where we don't want them to. So for that process, I'll go through the whole map and decide where I'll let the player roam. When we do that, we then need to regenerate the nav mesh because those walls would affect the NPCs as well. But it shouldn't affect their paths because I've assigned where they can walk. Ink is for the dialogue, and then I've got to add lights to the torches, light to the cauldron, so fire beneath the cauldron. We've got to add evil Athelstan and the cultists. I've kind of fixed the villagers getting stuck. It's a little bit tricky, but it's not a major one. They do sort themselves out if they all pick the same location. And this floating, that's to do with the nav mesh being ever so slightly above the terrain itself. So there's not actually, it doesn't feel like there's that much left. Adding these two NPCs in isn't really going to be too difficult at all. So I think what I'll probably do next stream is I'll add the lights to the torches, the light to the cauldron, and these two NPCs. I have code for the... Hold on, let me just check my tree. Trees felled +1, yeah. Trees felled, yeah. I'll just show you my code, guys. So, this is the code for the skeleton. So, we basically give the skeletons another sphere collider, and that sphere collider acts as a trigger. So it's kind of like their eyes. You think of it as their eyes, and then if the player is within that, the skeleton will chase them. So basically, it works quite nicely. I did it earlier, yeah, if you stay within their eyesight, they will chase you. So, I've got a couple of animations to add in for the skeletons. So I'd have them change to a running animation when they see the player. And then I was going to have like a cooldown, so like, oh, I can't remember what I'm saying. I think I'm tired. Basically, the skeletons would chase the player, attack. But if you run away from them and you're out of their aggro range, they'll kind of have an aggro timer, and then afterwards they will kind of go back. But yeah, this is the code that I did earlier for it. So yeah. So I'm going to call the stream there, guys. I feel like we've done quite a lot. We've got the pumpkin picking sorted. We've got the herbs sorted. We've got the trees being chopped. We've fixed a couple of bugs as well, which I'm super happy about. It's really coming along quite nicely. The one big job is to add in all of the dialogue. I've already got the booleans. I think most of the booleans in the game that should help control the flow of the dialogue. So yeah, it's coming along very nicely. I've got just over 2 weeks till deadline, so I know I can get this done. I think, yeah, the next stream, add in the last 2 NPCs, try and build on some more of the skeletons and them attacking, because we've got the 3 quest objectives pretty much done with the pumpkins, the herbs and the trees. So now it's just the combat with the skeletons, the combat with the priest, and the dialogue and the UI. So yeah, I'm gonna call it there, guys. If you haven't already, feel free to follow on Twitch if you want to stay up to date and see more game dev live streams. Go check out my itch if you want to play some of my games I've made. And if you want to see any previous game dev streams, I've got a YouTube panel below. And we've got stuff for Blender, Unreal Engine and Unity over there. Thanks very much for joining me tonight, guys. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. And stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.